Hello. Happy Wednesday. No, not Wednesday. Thursday. Happy Thursday. Today is Pyanodon's day, as Thursdays usually are. Last time, we got this build here done, which is doing rare earth. Hi, Mechajid. Rare earth processing. So we now have... Where is the actual output of this? A bunch of these are byproducts. This thing kicks out a ton of side products. Why does this one not have anything? Oh, that's just very, very low quantity, the uranium, which is good. So this means we're going to have more stone on rails, just what we need. A bunch of zinc plates, and I'm going to need to get a zinc plate sink on rails sooner than later. Because this is going to fill up. It goes through a lot of zinc doing the rare earth processing. I think most of the other byproducts are pretty standard things that will just get used normally around the base. And then we have this warehouse full of rare earth oxides. Did I leave myself a to-do list? Yeah, alright. Artificial blood is the thing that we need. Apparently I said I want 0.2 a second. I think I got that from looking at YAFC. I'm just being like, if I find unified science, somewhere in here, artificial blood is an input. Unfortunately, this is not alphabetized. Artificial blood, yeah, this needs 0.2 a second, just for science, actually. Okay. So I want to do a little more than 0.2 a second. And I'm not sure if this is actually all of the inputs that I'm going to need or not. I was playing around with this. But one biofactory's worth makes 10 a second. So we'll build this up at like this one factory scale, and it's just going to run in the background. It's not going to be able to run full speed because the inputs aren't going to be fast enough to have it run full speed. But it'll do what we need it to do. But there's a few more, it looks like, inputs to this that I need to set up first. One is Decalin here. Decalin is also used somewhere in Unified Science. I'm pretty sure it has other uses in some of this processing other than just in artificial blood. Yeah, it's used in the cytostatics. There we go. Let me get that. Yeah, cytostatics, Decalin, there it is. So 0.11 a second plus whatever we need for artificial blood. We can probably set up a little Decalin plant, Nexalate and titanium, aromatics and hydrogen. I don't have aromatics on rails yet. So this then becomes the question of, do we set up tar processing on rails to get aromatics going? That's not necessarily the worst option. There's also... Yeah, this tall oil plus light oil makes benzene. That's not super useful. This is a form of tar processing. Black liquor plus oxygen to... Oh, yeah, doing that already. That's how I get my acetone. Interesting. Bowage plus Relesias into aromatics. That's... Let's see what that looks like. We're going to make aromatics. Not this one. YAFC thinks that this is expensive, but, like, that's a lie. Phawogy is 0 input, so it's not expensive at all. And then Relisias need... Okay, they do need hydrogen and soil to come in. So, I mean, soil we make on site, that's fine. Relesia seeds we make from Relisias. And if we just set this to, like, 1... Okay, yeah, this is a hilariously large number of plants that we need to do this at scale. Look at that. That's like 60 Phawogy plantations. We're not doing this for any quantity of anything. Maybe this is useful in, like, Pi block, but until I get significantly better Phawogy, and I don't think I have Phawogy Mark II yet. No. We're not doing this. Alright. So then the answer is probably tar processing, right? It's either going to be this one from light oil, or... Where is it? This one that makes tall oil. Oh, light oil can go into more aromatics. Okay. I don't hate this, and the reason I don't hate this is that we also need tall oil. Right now, if we go back into the game, we need tall oil for the bees. We're turning... Oof, my bitumen's backed up again. Yeah, we're bringing in tall oil here, and right now we're making that tall oil from... Here it is, from naphtha. Which is just burning through my naphtha to make tall oil. So if I can get the tall oil from tar processing instead, I like that plan. And that'll also make a little bit of gasoline, right? Because the light oil fraction is turned into gasoline, and that's fine. Let's see. Allow overproduction, please. And if I wanted to ratio these 5 to 2, oh, they ratio well even. We make 70 aromatics a second from 120 tar a second. We also potentially have tall oil separation. Yeah, if the tall oil backs up, we would pull some of this light oil off and run it here. This needs more light oil. Okay, that's interesting. That's good to know. So looking at this, if we want to turn all of the tall oil into aromatics and benzene, this needs twice as much light oil. So I would need another light oil source. Yeah. Which is almost certainly going to be like tar refining tops. Yeah, and then that gives us middle oil from tar refining bottoms. Let's just set fixed building count to like 1 there, just so I can see our ratios of buildings. And then, yeah, it would be pitch would have to get looped around to something. Pitch to coke isn't bad because it mostly generates other stuff that we have. Creosote aromatics requires gasoline. Naphthalene. What's the ratio of naphthalene and carbolic? Okay. If I make organic solvent, we'll still generate a little extra carbolic oil, but this will be generating more organic solvent, which I just went to all the trouble of not doing organic solvent on rails, and now I'm doing organic solvent on rails. I specifically was trying to avoid tar processing last time. Carbolic can also be turned into creosote if we have to sink it. You know, I'd probably make organic solvent its own separate station, maybe? Or maybe just do it here. And then also some of that into creosote. And then anthracene, I guess goes to gasoline and coal, or to more creosote. Well, that doesn't balance anymore if we do that. So creosote it is. That balances? That balances. Steam we make on site. We actually could make some of that by burning the benzene. If I use as fuel for steam, there we go. We will still need some electric steam, but like we may as well burn off what we don't need on rails. There we go. That is something resembling tar processing. It's like we've got the whole traditional tar processing section here, balanced with just enough to do the tall oil and the tall oil separation here. But this is only because I'm wanting to recycle the tall oil. If we get rid of tall oil separation, then we can just scale these guys like, what was it? 2 to 5. There we go. And then if I need to do tall oil separation, I just do that somewhere else, right? And then I will need more light oil, though, when we have overflow of that. So I'll set up... I guess I'll set up a station that does this. We'll have plenty of aromatics. We'll have a little bit of tall oil. The aromatics can feed decalin. This doesn't make hydrogen, though. So I think I do want... I bring in tar. Traditional tar processing as well, because I need hydrogen coming in. And that would be tar refining bottoms to tops to... whatever. Aromatics and gasoline. Pitched coke, which makes hydrogen. Oh, these ratios are atrocious, by the way. And I don't want to do a build this big. But you get the idea. There we go. 5 of these does 100 tar a second. Recycle the creosote. I mean, in that case, maybe I don't need this build at all. I would like some of this going because I do want tall oil. That's kind of the thing. So if I pull this out and we make it all one big tar processing... oh, that's a production recipe. How do I do... We make aromatics from consumption recipe. What can I do? Oh, I can use this one. Here we go. Tall oil separation. Get tall oil from tar. I think I said I wanted 5 of these as well. No, it was 1 of these to 5 of those. There we go. Oh, this is still pulling in, yeah, some light oil. Even to process. Maybe it is just 1 of these. Yeah, because this makes a little bit of tall oil. And then on overflow, we'll just suck down our light oil. Yeah, so we'll make a little bit of light oil on net, a little bit of carbolic on net, although there we go. Remove that link, it's not doing anything. Benzene is just, I'll burn off. That'll make some of the steam we need locally. And anthracene goes to gasoline. And coke, yeah. Steam, water pumping. Maybe I do keep these separate. Maybe I just make light oil. Because, like, maybe I make light oil available and have this processing as an overflow. So, like, as light oil overflows, it turns into other things. And then the, oh, I got rid of the tab. For tar-to-tall oil, right, if I'm making this, and it thinks the naphtha cost is way cheaper, and I don't know why it thinks naphtha is so cheap. Probably it is, but I'm doing, oh, this is also an option for tall oil. This also gets me ammonia. Yeah, coke fluidization here. Loops back. Oh boy, now we're making more tar than we're consuming. This is the problem. Now we're making hilarious amounts of tar oil. Oh, but we need... Why is benzene an input? How did that happen? Oh, because I'm not making benzene anymore. Gotcha. Yeah. You can go away then. Anyway, there's options here. That's a hilarious amount of coke fluidization. Maybe I just start with a moderately sized basic tar refining build. Because, like, if we start looking at all of these side products, middle oil can only go to carbolic oil or to tops. And, of course, it goes to tar refining tops. Carbolic oil goes to, or naphthalene, I mean, can also go to anthraquinone once I start getting vanadium, and I am going to need that. So, like, naphthalene maybe is just its own thing. That's a lot of tar per second to pull through. But like I could build this no problem and just stick it on rails somewhere and have it be very, very oversized for what we actually need it to do at the moment. I just need to make sure that I have sinks for everything, right? Because like we'll make extra light oil, we'll make extra carbolic oil. Carbolic oil has a few uses. Naphthalene has a few uses. We'll be pushing organic solvent on. Pitch, anthracene, you know, goes to creosote, it goes to carbon black, it goes to gasoline. And all of these things, like, we can potentially prioritize by having these stages happen, you know, at different train stations, right? I just make this one station, and it does what I need it to do, not tar to tall oil like this says. But then the question is, like, how do we make sure that we have how do we make sure that we have enough of all of these processing steps so that we're not going to overflow on all sorts of byproducts? That's really the yeah, 25 to 6. That is an awful ratio. What did I actually need? I need aromatics and I need hydrogen to make Decalin. The zinc chloride process also generates extra hydrogen, so that's something to keep in mind. If I wanted to look at my... And I will need zinc chloride for various things. I don't make a lot of it at the base right now, but it is useful. If we're pulling in zinc plates at however many we make, what does this say? Each of these things that spits out plates makes 1 a second, but I think we only have like 1.5 a second, so we'll call it 1.5 a second. You know, hydrogen chloride we can get from guts, but let's say we want to do it this way. We get chlorine from saltwater electrolysis. So we have a net, yeah. And this also makes a sodium hydroxide, which, you know, we can use for microfiber, we can use for other things. Zinc chloride goes into activated carbon. Activated carbon goes into filtration media. Needs microfiber, and that does use sodium hydroxide. The question is this ratioed? It is not. We need extra sodium hydroxide, which means that this produces a little bit of extra... Oh! Yeah, 6.75, 3.3, 3.75, 30, 30. So yeah, we're making a lot of extra chlorine and hydrogen. This is something that I should maybe think about building as well, because it'll sink zinc plates and it'll pull activated carbon out of the system, and like there's stuff that we can use this for once we get this built. We would need lamp on rails and glass on rails. I don't currently have glass on rails. So maybe that's worth doing, making a glass setup and a rail setup. That's totally different than what I was gonna do today, but it's stuff that needs to happen eventually. Activated carbon and filtration media are both worthwhile products to have. I might actually stop at this stage. Just accept that the activated carbon is the final output of this. Oh, because this is net break even. Okay, this will link. Yeah. This just makes hydrogen and activated carbon from zinc plates and coal dust. Okay. So yeah, this one isn't too much of a pain to make, I don't think. And again, the weird ratios strike. We're not going to make this much. I think just enough to make sure that we can sink the zinc plates that we need. Maybe a little bit bigger. Oh yeah, 10-2-5-5. That's ratioed. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. And then we'll need to get lamp on rails, but like, I think getting lamp on rails is easy. Yeah, copper, iron, a little bit of glass. Of course, the problem is this takes in 2.5 zinc plate and spits out 6.25 activated carbon, so it's actually going to take more storage space. But activated carbon is super useful to have. We can use it for syngas, we can use it to make hydrogen, flue gas to syngas, so this is a very worthwhile thing to get going, and it's something that I can just make progress on while I'm suffering from indecision about literally everything else that I need to do. So let's make activated carbon, and we'll figure out what we want to do from there. So what did I need? 12 of these chemical plants, 5 electrolyzers, and 5 high-pressure furnaces. All right, that'll at least get me moving on something. We're going to need to get lamps going, which does mean I'm going to need to get basic glass on rails. It's probably worth it to ship molten glass around on rails instead of making glass plates or whatever. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Well, I'm out of food again. Are we out of food because we're out of blood? We have blood. What are we blocked on? Lard. Yeah, there's no lard. Whoa, we're backed up on blood. The whole system has frozen on blood. We're lard limited now. I didn't think that was possible, but I need to fix this. So this is good news, because I need blood on rails for the artificial blood. I need blood for albumin. Albumin? So we're going to go ahead and drop down this guy right here. And we're going to route blood over to this thing. So if we look at how blood is being routed right now, I'm too far south, aren't I? No, I'm perfect. We got this blood. This wants to maintain enough blood to keep making science. It overflows to this pipe, which comes all the way over here and hooks up to these guys. So I want to put a buffer here. Doesn't really matter what buffer I use. I just want it to be buffered. And then we'll... Oh, I don't have pipes. Okay, well, I'm going to have to go up to base. And then I'll do it here. If I is above 80... and this will take a minute to let itself catch up again, because that's a lot of extra buffer space that we didn't have before. Yeah, this is back down to 80, which means these can all run again. Which means we are going to get... There's lard here. Oh, I see. We locked up on biocrud. The whole lard belt is biocrud. And this only lets lard through on the oh, I see. I needed to do it this way. I forgot that lard spoils when I set this up. Alright, so now the spoiled lard comes through here, turns into biocrud. Yeah, there we go. And this guy will just always be pulling that through. And then up here, when it reaches this system, well, we're still going to run into problems because we've run out of room for biocrud. But, other than that, although every once in a while we do get some bursts of other things spoiling that come down here, and that will pull some of the biocrud through. As jerky happens and gets turned into... But yeah, that is currently super backed up, which is gonna mean that we're not getting lard through to make worker food. Okay. Yeah, this whole thing did not work as great as a biocrud sink as I thought it would, specifically because we don't actually get anywhere near enough jerky to sink all the biocrud. Yeah, this is going through, though. Where does this belt come from? This belt comes from here. Yeah, this is all part of the... part of the various systems to make sure that things can get where they need to go. And they can until I'm fully backed up on biocrud. That was not an anticipated failure mode of this system. I mean, in the short term, I can do that. And that'll get this moving, I think, sufficiently. Well, maybe not sufficiently. We'll see how far it goes up. There we go. Lard comes in. Now we're making food again. Yeah, and this side is backed up on... Yeah, it prefers to pull from this side, and this side comes from Vrox. Do I remember why I decided that it should prefer to come from Vrox? Absolutely not. At the time, it made sense, but it does prefer to come from Vrox. I think it makes a lot of sense to have this coming from two sides like this. This can just be on one half of a belt. Just do that instead. Let it figure itself out. I think brains pretty much just wait around until they spoil. I don't have a consumer for brains anywhere. Guts we try to send through. And then anything that turns into jerky gets sent along there. Meat also we just let spoil into jerky and don't do anything with, it looks like. Yeah, that appears to be the case. Which is fine. It seems like it's keeping up. Same with brains. So that's fine. And then guts come through here, and every once in a while, you know, as you go along this path, the guts get older and older and older, and they will spoil. And there's various, you know, checkpoints along the way that turn spoiled guts back into regular guts. But apparently up here, that's all that happens, is these guts eventually spoil and come out this side and go up here. Because I don't see this ever pulling from this side of this belt. Right? This is backed up all the way to guts here. Which is fine. It doesn't really matter which side backs up and turns into jerky and which side we push forward. This is just a skin buffer, which is pretty much full, and that makes me nervous. And then, yeah, here we've got, finally these guys have lard, which means they're going to go through blood pretty quickly. And I thought that this system was blood limited. That's why I was surprised when I saw that we were backed up on blood over here, but I think what had actually happened is we backed up on biocrud, and that broke lard coming through, and then that's why the blood backed up. So I think we're still blood limited here, which means that for the albumin for artificial blood, I don't think I'm getting it from here, unfortunately. I think we're gonna have to think of other options as to what and I think that might mean that I need to start thinking about setting up animal slaughter on rails, which is something I haven't really been thinking about. I have a high-level concept for what I want to do, but I haven't fully thought through the details. But if we need blood on rails to make albumin to make artificial blood, then I'm going to have to start working on that system. But the general idea is that, you know, every creature that we slaughter has some ratio of bits, right? Full render cotton guts gives us these things. So each cotton gut has 1 bone, 0.8 meat, 0.8 skin, 1 guts, 1 lard, etc., etc. 0.4 brains, and so much blood. So I can go through each of these recipes, right? I can also look at it for the Vrox, right? And 1 Vrock gives so much of these things. Some of the creatures we need to slaughter for specific reasons, right? Like, if we need formic acid, we gotta kill Vrox. There's nothing we can do about it. Other ones, like the cotton guts, only give generic outputs. So the goal is to look at, you know, each of the creatures that we can render and be able to say, okay, hey, Starfighter. Sorry, oh, I don't have my my app that pings me and makes a noise when people chat. There we go. Now I'll actually hear things. So the idea for central animal slaughter on rails is that it'll be able to request animals from any of the places where we're producing them. That's not an animal. That's not an animal. I don't know. Wherever I've got creatures being made, here we go. We've got, like, we got a thing full of rocks here, right? We got a thing full of Ulrichs, etc. And depending on what we need, right, whenever our thresholds are below certain quantities of each of the output types, we slaughter whatever animal needs, whatever animal provides us the most of the thing we need. That is the theory. And then everything else is byproduct management and making sure that things get routed the right ways. Oh, and these don't have food. Uh-oh. Why no food? Excuse me? Oh, no. Well, I figured out why there's no food. It's because everything turned into biocrud. Alright, well, I'm gonna have to go fix that. Alright, well, my thought originally that I could pull blood from here isn't gonna work. As we can see, this is slowly draining as these work through their, Well, now they don't have jerky because there's... Because we've been feeding all the jerky to the power plant because there's been all sorts of... Well, because we haven't been using the lard. Okay. But yeah, it'll figure itself out. It'll get jerky eventually. Either the guts that are on the belt will spoil eventually into jerky, and that will fix this system, or it'll come through from other routes as things spoil. But we should have made a bunch of worker food. We made some worker food. I'm going to ignore this for now, though. I'm going to go ahead and... I'm going to run up to the mall, because I'm halfway to base already, and there's a few things I need to stock up. I still want to grab this stuff for the zinc chloride build. Because that's... Or not zinc chloride. Activated carbon. It's really zinc plus coal dust to activated carbon. Because that's... The zinc and coal dust are both random byproducts that I have sitting around, so I want to get that done. And then we'll need to figure out what... maybe start working on animal slaughtering on rails, which might mean getting more newer animals turned on. Or I can definitely steal some blood just to start bootstrapping Corlex. But, like, I think as far as blood goes, yeah, you can convert arthropod blood to blood, which is pretty cool. You can Yeah, like Ulrichs make a certain amount of blood. Augs make a lot of blood and a lot of meat. Corlex, not a lot of blood from a Corlex. 5 cotton guts to 60 blood, so not a lot of blood per cotton gut. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's so far. That's so far down the science tree. I'm like, cool, I could turn Ulrichs into just blood machines. But no. I think everything down here is not yet unlocked. Yeah. So in the short term, maybe getting some Augs on rails and then being able to have the system try to slaughter the right animals for what we need. We're still going to have weird backups. We're going to have to set up overflows to, like, compost different animal parts to make sure that we always have everything available. It's going to be a mess, but that is the eventual system that I want to get built. In the meantime, we're still waiting on a few more chemical plants and the electrolyzers. Bots are just bringing me crap. And then I'll go, I guess... I'm not really sure what to do with the bio-crud at the Vrock Food Factory. I was not expecting it to make that much bio-crud, so something else I think is wrong with that whole plant, and I need to figure out why. Because it should only make bio-crud if it's broken. And we're gonna get the things we need. Solid maybe. There's another electrolyzer coming to us. I'm hesitant to move because these low-level bots don't have a lot of battery, and sometimes me moving around can make things worse rather than better, as it sends them off to another location to go hunting for the things to bring me. There we go. One more of each coming in from somewhere. I mean, it should be coming from up this direction, although they could be up there. Charging somewhere. Could be over here charging. Don't see them yet. Alright, we got the last of those. We're just waiting for this last chemical plant. Come on, bots. I have faith in you. I have confidence. I believe that you can do it. Maybe not. Maybe we're gonna give up and go do something interesting, so we're not just watching bots as I wait for this one building. Because I don't see it floating around me anywhere. Come on. You can do it. I know you can. I believe in you, bots. I believe in you. Oh my god, where is it? I mean, they make them up here, and there's still spares, so that's not the issue. It's probably charging. It probably got directed to a pretty far-off charger because there's too much bot activity right now. And then it is having to hopscotch across chargers to get to me. Alright, it made it. Do I have whatever else I need? I have a bunch of copper, a little bit of iron, a little bit of copper. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Alright, for now we can drop another, like, warehouse at the rock food, and we'll see how that goes. I want to try to understand what broke in that build, though, because it should be turning off all of the inputs to everything that can spoil when there's enough food made. Right? All of these have a circuit condition of under 10K, and same on this side. They should all have that same circuit condition. Yeah. Which means all this stuff that spoils shouldn't be getting made if there's enough of this. Obviously, there's nowhere near enough, which is because it's backed up on spoilage. But question is, how did it get backed up on spoilage? It's possible that what happened is one side of the belt got backed up, something went wrong, and then this wasn't able to empty it fast enough. I'm not sure if I believe that that's really what would have happened, but it's possible. So yeah, these are gonna... Some of the agar might start to spoil, because it only lasts a few minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Like, same with this, right? Spoilage time, 10 minutes, okay. But yeah, what we should see is that, in general, these are grabbing what they need relatively early. And that does seem to be the case. Yeah, I guess the way I built this, there's always going to be a little bit of spoilage that's going to happen, right? Because we've got this looping belt, which is fine, but they can't necessarily grab the most spoiled thing. They're going to grab whatever's in front of them when it's time to grab stuff, right? And that means we don't need a blue inserter here. I doubt we need blue inserters here anymore either. That means from time to time, stuff on this is randomly just gonna spoil. It's gonna happen the way I built this. as long as this isn't backing up. If this backs up, the system will turn off, and then it can't be spoiling. But as long as it's running constantly, every once in a while one of these will decay. It's just going to happen. So it's possible that what happened with this is just that I had more random decay than I expected, and it caused the system to fail. I've doubled the BioCrud storage. Nothing in this seems like it's going wrong. This looks like it's doing exactly what I want, right? Stuff should get picked up off the belt, within a couple of minutes. This craft only takes, well, these are half speed, right? So 20 seconds. They need to be picked up within so many crafts. Whatever, 3 per minute, 5 minutes, 15, and 12. Call it 12. 4 minutes worth of crafts. But I'm not really sure what would have... Yeah, maybe that is the issue. Maybe it's just there's too much stuff in the sushi belt loop, and it doesn't work. Maybe I need to gate these on not just the output here, but on the sushi belt loop. Because, this pulls 0.8, 2, 4, 6. It's exactly 0.8. Okay. It's exactly 0.8. And this is 0.6. Exactly 0.6. Maybe. And yeah, there's a little bit of extra agar in the loop because the agar started in the loop before the cellulose because of how it got drained. So there's always going to be a few extra agars. But this should be steady state at this point. The number of items in the loop should be effectively constant, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's working now. I'll have to keep an eye on it. Oh, it's already been an hour. How has it been an hour? And all I've done is, well, I fixed 2 things. I haven't just fixed 1 thing. I fixed 2 things. Speaking of, is this running? It's trying. Oh, yeah. We're still pushing out cans of worker food. Okay. And then, how's everything over here going? You are stopped. You just don't have tailings? That's weird. Why do I not have tailings? Guess I'm out of not doing very much iron and copper processing right now, I guess is the answer. Alright, well, it's been an hour. Twitch is yelling at me to run an ad break, so I'm going to let Twitch run ads. If you're new to the channel, because I see we've got above average number of viewers right now, I run ads once an hour and I take a quick break when I do them. That way you don't get pre-roll ads, you don't miss anything, do a random 30-second ad, and I will just be away for the few minutes that Twitch needs to run. It is the smallest number of ads that I can get Twitch to run in an hour to disable pre-roll ads. So it's a bigger chunk of ads, but I appreciate you sticking around. And when we come back, I'm going to build the activated carbon factory that I was talking about, and then we'll figure out what other bits and pieces we need to get going to kind of keep the rail base running and functional. So I will see everybody in just a few minutes, and good luck with the ad break. I recommend stretching your legs, getting some water, take the time to take care of yourself as a human being. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Where am I? I've lost myself. Here we go. So this build that I wanted to do for activated carbon is pretty small, and it's really intended as just a sink for other things. So I might be able to do it just like right here, put the station up, and get it done. Let's do that. And one of these is an input over on this side. There we go. Oh, I'm out of signals. That's not great. Alright, the bots figured it out. It's fine. These... Another one of these. Ooh, boy. Oh, right on the edge. Beautiful. I'll take it. Clearance is clearance. And then, if I look at YAFC real quick, I need really just one solid input and one fluid input, and then the output for the activated carbon. Solid drop-off. A fluid drop-off. And a fluid pickup. Okay. What do we need at this drop-off? We need the zinc plates, we need coal dust, and we need lamp. All right. And yeah, that's 30, 60. All right, so I can say 60 stacks of the coal dust because it actually wants quite a bit of coal dust. It's going to move through that fast. And then I don't have to switch this to a faster to a bigger holding thingy. Bigger warehouse. There we go. Here, we're going to have two fluid inputs. So, as always, I need to switch my thing to multi-fluid. I should really blueprint this. Nitrogen on one side, and the other one is saline. Then in our requests, I might not have nitrogen on rails yet. I might need to build that. All right, that should get the basic requests coming in for everything. And then... Wait, why did I do a fluid provider? That's not what I want. Solid provider. Because this will be the activated carbon delivery. Oh, and we do need a fluid out as well, actually, because there's a hydrogen byproduct from making the zinc chloride. Yeah. So I needed both. All right. So the interesting thing with this is how much coal dust we need. Because this is going to pull through almost 40 coal dust a second. That's 8 coal dust into each machine. It is an ungodly number. 30 of those inserters. fast inserters. How many fast inserters do we need here? Just for coal dust. 16 fast inserters just for coal dust. I mean, we call it 20 because we basically put 4 towards, well... We rescale this down. Let's see what it wants for just one of these. Okay. So it is. It's half a belt to each of these. And that's... It says just over 3 inserters. From... In my experience, I can get 3 inserters to feed half a belt off of one of these. But as you can see, there's only room for 12 inserters. So we are actually going to have to size this up. We're gonna have to go depot. And we're gonna hope that nothing just went horribly wrong when I did that changeover. But yeah, you can see that six blue inserters can generally handle a belt here. So what we're basically going to have is like 3 of those. 3 of the, well, I guess we'll do it like we do here, basically, right? We got like this set up. And that's going to be 1. Why is this different? How is this different? It's also wrong because they're not filtered. Alright, so that's 1 belt. 2 belts. Maybe I do just want to track this in half belts. Maybe that's the thing to do. We've got a half belt there, we've got a half belt there. We've got a half belt there. Oof. Yeah, that is 5 half belts. There it is. That's all of it. Alright, there's a belt. Clear this again. I'm still playing with this design. I'm sorry. I'm figuring out as I go here. There's a belt. There's the last half a belt. All right. So each of these can feed now, and actually, again, inclined to go back to half belts for everything, and say that each of these feeds into 1. Oh, and these are the wrong filter. These are all supposed to be filtered for coal dust. I'm working on the wrong thing. God, why am I so bad at this game? Coal dust. All right. And then we've got this side again. There we go. 2.5 belts coal dust. Woof. Coming off of one warehouse. That was harder than it should have been. And then the other thing we need is... It's just 2.5 zinc. Which I can do with just 2 of these outserters doing the zinc. And then how much lamp? A half a lamp. Okay. Question is, how do I get my... My half a lamp here. I guess if I put this here, then these 2 can be zinc. Then you will be lamp. Alright, so that's zinc plates and lamps. That'll go off to making zinc chloride. And then the... Yeah, let's do that first, actually. Let's get our saltwater electrolysis going. Because this is going to make... Yeah, our chlorine, our hydrogen, and it's going to make the sodium hydroxide output that we need. Each of these spits out, okay, just 1 sodium hydroxide, that's fine. And then the hydrogen and the chlorine goes off to the next stop, which needs the lamps. These actually shouldn't be merged, because lamp just needs to come right on through. And actually... we'll put lamp on the very edge here. And that is 2 chemical plants, which take in the hydrogen, the chlorine, and our lamps. And have a 50% chance of returning their lamps. Okay, so I'm going to need to do a loop-de-doo of some sort. Hydrogen chloride. Alright. Fluid inputs are on that side. That's fine. Do it just like that. For you. Here. and chlorine. 4, 5. All right. And then these guys are going to have lamp inputs there and there. And they're going to have lamp outputs there and there. And this will just do an input priority from this side. And these are going to be on the right side of the belt. I'm not sure what side of the belt this is going to end up on. I think it'll be on the correct side of the belt. I'm always nervous about that sort of thing. If they don't end up on the same side of the belt, there could be weirdness with how this does or does not appropriately get all of its... what do I want to say? If the... Oh, of course. Well, I guess we're moving everything over by one then. If the... If these loop around on the wrong side of the belt, and it's the side of the belt that the inserters prefer not to pick from, then the inserters will always pick from this input, and that'll cause this output loop back to fail. There we go. Those are the words I was trying to figure out how to use. Alright, and this will be hydrogen chloride once I have lamps. The other output of this is sodium hydroxide. So that sodium hydroxide ends up in the final activated carbon stage. We'll look into that. And then the HCl needs to go into 10 chemical plants with just the zinc plates. This one should be zinc as well. And that'll make the zinc chloride. So let's see what that looks like. Zinc chloride takes in, okay, HCl, spits out hydrogen. That looks fine. It's easy enough to manage. We need 10 of these. We'll start them just like here. Did I run out of those? Did I run out of landfill? I ran out of landfill. Okay. I will have to come back down and look for that landfill later. But in the meantime, we also want to do hydrogen output. And then the zinc plates can go up one side. Yeah. Let's do the zinc plates input here. We're pulling in, 2.5 zinc plates to 10 machines, so cheap inserters are fine. And then the output of this is going to be the same amount of zinc chloride. Cool. So same deal. Output can come down this way. All right, and then we've got zinc chloride on one side of this belt and sodium hydroxide on the other. Pull that through. And then we're going to have all of these belts of the coal dust. We've got 5 high-pressure furnaces making activated carbon. All right. These each pull in 7.5. How many of these do we have? 7. And let's do like that. And then the output is 1 1/4. All right, we'll do that as a long-handed inserter. We're going to have the nitrogen pipe. Sure, that looks like it's about what we need to build for each of these. And these are all just blue because I need to find the, what's the word I'm looking for? Landfill. And then this belt goes along, honestly, it can come along like here. The input is, 1.5 in total off of. So actually, just a single blue inserter is probably fine. Cool. Then I just need power all the way along here. And then on the output, we will bring along there we go. And I got to get that up to like here, where for some godforsaken reason, that's where I put the output station. And then down here, we have hydrogen byproduct, which needs to come out here. Okay. So besides getting this belt routed out and then getting lamps coming in, because I haven't made lamps on rails yet, this will be activated charcoal. Yay. What I want to do, actually, is because I know that this is a sink for things and I don't have a use for it right now, I'm going to put a bigger deposit here. And that will just make the activated charcoal available, or give me more storage space so that it'll be available when I need it. I will eventually need it, just not in large quantities right now. Let's see, if I'm lucky, I will have some landfill up here. Not a huge amount, but hopefully enough to get the build finished. Hey, did we do the whole thing? I think we did the whole thing. That just means that I need power to these buildings up top here. Eh? Oh, well, that's just in the wrong place. All right. These don't have HCl in them. Why not? Oh, because I don't have lamps yet, of course. That is a totally acceptable reason for there not to be HCl in these yet. High buildings covering things behind them strikes back. Yeah. The worst ones are these tanks that are like an entire another 4 squares tall. They look super cool when you have a giant tank farm of these, but they are always in the way. But I have made them part of my standard blueprint for whatever reason. All right, this just needs lamps. So let's figure that out. Let's make a little lamp factory. Why not? So, if I were to... How much lamp does this need, by the way? This needs a quarter of a lamp a second. Okay, I think I can probably do better than that. I'm going to need lamps for other things. They're used randomly in a bunch of processes. Yeah, I mean, let's even just do like, 2 a second, 1 factory's worth. Oh, no, that's not acceptable. There we go. Lamp. I love lamp. Okay, this looks fine. Let's build this. This is not... not an interesting build at all, but it'll get things done. And then glass... I need to decide if I want to do centralized or if I want to do molten glass to... Oh, but you also need fuel for molten glass. So now that's 3 fluids. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's just take... We'll do glass centralized. So this will be the lamp factory, and then I'll need to get glass set up on rails, and probably that's an entire rabbit hole that I haven't even thought about yet, but... this will at least be easy. Let's do the glass first. Let's figure out what we want that to look like. Let's set this at like 10. Glass. No, from hot air, please. There we go. Oh, that's such an ugly ratio. Make 7 every 3 seconds. These numbers are awful, and I hate them. So molten glass. This thing's powdered quartz with pure sand is the best way to go. And I believe that that's true. I'm just not sure that it's gonna be... Alright, so yeah, we do the electrolyzer loop on muddy sludge. We... water pumping, of course, as needed. We bring in gasoline. Sand itself, oh, actually, maybe we don't do that full loop. Maybe we end here. We do this to sand. We do more soil from water, because we want to link sand. Link sand. There we go. Oh, but this has a bunch of byproducts. The coarse fraction I need to figure out how to get rid of. I mean, I can send it to tar. Because I was talking about needing tar processing way at the start of the stream when I was thinking about other parts of the base. Biomass is... I mean, having some biomass on rails is fine. I think having coarse fraction is fine. Oh, we're going to need some coarse fraction for Tufras as well. And limestone. Which, like... The problem is I'm making limestone, like, on site everywhere I need it. Which is... maybe something I shouldn't be doing, but... So yeah, this is fine, quote-unquote fine, though, to do on site. We need a lot of water. We need more than one pump's worth of water for this much soil washing. This is maybe too big of a glassworks, although this is only 12 glass a second, so... maybe it's fine. And then powdered quartz. Yeah, it's just from crushed quartz. Which is a clear fixed building count. We set fixed ingredient consumption to a belt a second. Okay, we get just over 10.5. Is this gonna be the most quartz efficient route? That's the question. It thinks it's the cheapest, but is it the most quartz efficient? 2 powdered to 50, or 2 crushed to 30. Okay. We've got... yeah, and these other ones can't possibly be that efficient. Yeah, 4 to 10. So this is the best one. It's just, alright, I don't think we need to run lamp at full scale. This should never actually run at full scale. It's just, it's easy to throw down 5 machines and call it a build, right? But, like, I mean, to run this at about a belt of quartz a second, right? You know, 3 crushers to half a ball mill, which is an annoying ratio. You know, we're looking at... needing 15 pure sand, and that only comes from sand washing. So then the question is, where does our sand come from? We can crush down... I guess we do have these, right? So, like... gravel and gravel to sand. This is not going to be enough sand, I don't think. No. But it does mean that we don't have to make as much. We turn this into water, and we do soil to sand, right, from here. And then we do have a little bit of these other byproducts. We still need 12.8 sand a second. Oh, there's also soil directly to sand. That's 30 to 10 as opposed to... What's this one? 20 to 13. Okay, so this does make more sand. It just also makes more other stuff. And then some of these other things make sand, but that's not useful to me. All right. So yeah, it does seem like we need more soil. As soon as I link that, yeah. And water pumping, of course. Okay. Cool. And then we have these byproducts to get rid of. Because I don't think the coarse fraction... Well, if I do course classification on site, that's less... water. Now we're spitting out iron oxide instead of... Oh, and I can turn the limestone into soil. I didn't realize there was a recipe for that. I didn't realize that looped. Okay. We're getting rid of byproducts, slowly but surely. I'm not sure if I care about this coarse classification one, though. Because I think having coarse fraction available as a byproduct will be fine. We'll need it anyway. Although maybe I do it just as a... No, because then we make the iron oxide anyway. So it doesn't actually help me with byproduct management. And then the biomass... I don't think there's anything I can do with the biomass except put it on the base and have it available. The other thing I could do, though... No, I think that's fine. This gets it going. We're just going to potentially need more soil extract. No, we don't, because this always runs. Yeah. We're good. So our outputs are going to be glass, biomass, and coarse fraction, and oxygen, because there's always an oxygen byproduct. And our inputs are going to be hot air, gasoline, and the quartz ore. Which means that I need to get a beltasecond of quartz ore happening somewhere. Wherever I can find a good spot for a quartz mine, and then we need to get the shopping list for this whole thing and get it built up. Cool. Also, what just got researched? E-dolls. Oh, and that's Pi Science 2 coming out as being researched. I've still got lots of stuff that I can grab, obviously. But, man. Cool. So let's, what was I going to look for? Quartz ore. Oh, I got a big patch right there. Yeah, I can get that right on rails. That's easy. And then if I wanted to make that 15 quartz ore a second, what is that in mining? 14 mines. Okay, that's easy enough to make. Let's head up to the base. Let's get our shopping list going, actually. $14 crystal mines, 11 glassworks, 9 soil extract. We're gonna need more soil extractors though. Let me. If I get rid of the. No, we're not. I decided not to do the only sometimes loop. We don't need more soil extractors. Nine soil extractors. What's next? 8 washers, 5 jaw crushers. Five electrolyzers. 5 solid separators. 2 secondary crushers and a ball mill. And I have many, but not all of these things available, so we will have to see what is not available when I get up to base, because some of that won't be in the mall, so we will have to handcraft some things and get some stuff organized. I suspect the crystal mines we're not making. We're probably not making the glassworks. Everything else I think I should have. Alright. Oh. No, there's only one in logistics storage, and there's only a few in glassworks as well. Okay. Yeah, we do need to be making those. So let's get up here. Crystal mines. Oh, those are easy. Glassworks, also not too bad. We should be able to make a few of those ourselves, though, if we so desired. Steam engines, iron plates, and small parts. Alright. The usual ingredients for all the buildings that we need. And what do I need for one more of those? A little bit of copper. That was more copper than I meant to grab. All right. One more of those, and then crystal mines. Need fluid mining drills. I'm pretty sure I have those here. Yeah. Stop making inductors, please. Do I have soil extractors over here somewhere too? Did I make those? I did. Alright, and everything else is pretty much on its way from logistics storage. On the way 4, on the way, and there's one on the way even though I have 9. I'm not sure how I achieved that. One more on the way there. 2 of those on the way. Already got that. Cool. So yeah, this is everything I'm gonna need to get glass going. If I look at, while we're waiting, we flip over to EFC. I need, you do use quartz ore for a few things that aren't glass. Okay, so I do want quartz ore on rails as its own thing. Good to know. I was trying to decide if I could be lazy and just set it up as purely a quartz mine directly into the glass factory, but I will set up stations for the quartz. It looks like all of our building requests have been met. Bots are still trying to bring me other stuff, because they always are trying to bring me other stuff. My inventory is never full. Oh, that was much more landfill than I necessarily wanted to grab. Let's have like 2,000. Okay. Let's go set up that quartz mine, because that looks like it was in a pretty convenient location. And then after that, we'll have... I don't know. We'll have to set up the glass processing. How is this going, by the way? Yeah, this is what I thought. We burned through all the blood pretty quickly now that we fixed the backup on... whatever it's called. BioCrud. Although we didn't really fix the backup on BioCrud. Anyway, this is all destined for replacement once the rail base is operational, so... I'm not too... well, I'm a little fussed about it, obviously. I don't want that to break science, and I don't want it to break food again. Because worker food has been constant issue. But hey, we have Nextlet again, so that's good. Let's grab trumpet. Does it fit there? No. Does it fit there? No. Does it fit there? No. It's there. Which means it will also fit like here. Technically, we're not going to be able to fully mine out this because it's in the way, but I don't think that that was ever in the cards to begin with, so... Okay. Oh, I forgot to grab more. Okay. We're gonna have to run back to base and grab a few more things for train stations, I think. Because I don't... I'm handcrafting a few signals, but we'll go through a bunch of them when we do bigger builds than this, so I don't want to be worrying about that. Cool. Quartz on rails. Done. That was easy. And then glass processing needs to happen, I mean, pretty much anywhere. It's not... I mean, it's not a small build, that's for sure. So... I mean, I could do it right next door. I could do it here. There's no reason not to, really. Yeah, this is just the backside of iron, so nothing's ever really going to be in this space. Let's run back up to base. I want to grab some rail signals. Pretty much just rail signals. They were the thing that I missed on my way by. What do we need here? Oh, I'm missing moss entities. Wow. Okay. I can fix this. Wait, I don't want to do that. I want to leave that there. Keep the always trash. I'll just turn off always trash for a second and pick up some moss. And then I can turn always trash back on. There we go. Has this system broken itself, by the way? These do not have seedlings, and it appears they may never have had seedlings? Yeah, I don't think this loop ever had seeds in it. What about this one? Probably the same. I don't think I ever put seeds in this loop. Up here, what have we got? We have seeds, which go all the way around. That's fine. We have logs that both want to go in here. We have no extra seedling. We have seedlings in these machines. Log less than 100. Enable if log less than 100. Output seeds. Output seeds. How come I have 10 quadrillion logs then? How did this happen? Oh, did I not actually wire these in correctly? Oh, did I set the wrong log? There's one that's like the item, and there's one that's like... No, that's what I want. I want that log item, right? That's what's on the network? Oh, I see. There we go. Things were not correctly connected. Now they're disabled by control behavior. And that's probably wrong everywhere, because I think I copied and pasted that everywhere. Which means these have all been, yeah, overbuilding logs pretty significantly. And I have the chance, though, to fix it down here before these ones go crazy. Well, I'm glad I found the issue. Basically, I had a belt hooked up to a inserter, not a belt, a wire hooked up to the inserter instead of the pole. But now these should be, well, this says target full. Yeah, because there's not 100 logs on this setup yet. Give it time. Cool. That should no longer be doing the wrong things. These should let this buffer drain, which is what it's supposed to do. It's not supposed to keep this all the way full. Yeah. Cool. Okay. That is now fixed. It's good to know I have plenty of logs, though. They've been a thorn in my side for so much of this playthrough. Or maybe a splinter is more the thing to say. Okay. What was I doing? I was getting some rail signals so that I don't have to handcraft a bajillion of them. Are we still having issues with petri dishes, or is it just taking time for them to catch up through the system now? I think it's probably just taking time, and yeah, all these machines are green. So they're running, it's just slow. Okay. Rail signals are down somewhere like here. Alright, and Twitch is yelling at me that it is at o'clock again, so I'm going to go ahead and let that run, and when we come back, we will build glass processing. I'm going to set it up right down here, and then that should let this, no, not this one. This one should already be running. That will let... Where did I build it? I don't know where I built it. No, that's asphalt. I'm losing. Here it is. That'll let this turn on once it can get lamps, and then we will hopefully have a little bit of a sink for our overabundance of coal dust and our beginning abundance of zinc plates, because we do have too many zinc plates in the base. That is for sure. Alright, I'll see everybody in 3 minutes after the ad break. I recommend, as always, get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. And I'll see y'all in just a few. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for being patient through the ad. Let's do one of these. I might need more rail. I didn't realize how low I was getting. I'm used to the bots grabbing it for me on my way when I head up to base, but I guess they have been too busy with other things. Alright, for glass processing, we have 2 input stations and 4 output stations. Okay, so I need 2... Yeah, this isn't gonna work. Shoot. Alright, we gotta run back up to base again. I'm sorry. What's this? Tin. Oh boy. Yeah, let's head up and grab a bunch of rails, and I'll double check my other stuff. I guess I could grab some more inserters. I'm doing okay, but not great on power poles. So, yeah, there's stuff to grab. How am I on pipes? I'm doing okay on pipes. That's fine, at least. Power poles. Ray inserters are around here somewhere. Blue inserters are up here. I will just grab rails myself instead of waiting for the bots. What else do I need on my way by? I think that's it. I hope that's it. Here, let me make sure that my... Yeah, we don't need a signal there. Did I put in the right signal? No. That needs one of those. Okay. What do I have? I have hot air and I have gasoline. Okay. Whoops. Okay. That's hot air and gasoline. And we just need power for that station. Done. Now, next thing is we need the quartz input. So let's get a solid drop off. And this needs raw, whatever quartz is called, quartz ore. 30 stacks of that. What else are we bringing in? Nothing. Just the quartz ore. Okay. Well, in that case, how many stacks does this hold? 120. Fill it up. See if I care. That's bot 48. Apparently I'm still missing a couple construction bots somewhere. There's one. Nobody knows. Alright. So the quartz ore is going to come in like so. And that goes through 3 jaw crushers. Making crushed quartz. Yeah, 5 in for each of those. Wow. And then our output is only 1.5 items per second from each. Just use a blue. I should probably use 2 yellows instead of blues here. At least pretend that I care about resources. And then we will split that. Stone comes down. Now I do have another bit of stone. Do I have another stone somewhere, anywhere? No. Okay. We will have gravel that comes off of that, but that's fine. So this guy, and I'll just line it up so that it's lined up. This is going to make gravel from the stone. That's only like 1 inserter. And then I'm going to actually just do direct insertion right down. That spits out 1.13 gravel a second, which is doable with, I think, just 1 outserter, but I'll do 2. And then that makes sand. All right. And then this side, we've got just a single powdered quartz into the ball mill. And this thing is also going to have a gravel output. Not very much. But we're going to have, coming into that, 3 crushed quartz, which is, I mean, we'll say 3 yellow inserters. Probably like 2.5, but... Oh, really? This is the first time I've done powdered quartz. Okay. And then the same amount of output. Sand is now the issue. That's fine. 8 washers doing sand. Okay. These are not small machines, are they? They are not. Alright, so you output 3 items a second, so we'll just do like that. How much sand do we actually make from that crushing? Yeah, 1.07 a second, so one of those is probably enough. We're going to have more sand from other sources coming in, obviously, but let's see. And then we're going to have our 8 washers. How many can I fit here? 6? Ugh. Actually, what if I do, alright, and that's like... This is nowhere near the full sand. There's going to be more sand coming from other soil processing that we haven't gotten to yet. And then coming off of this is going to be the pure sand, and then I also need to deal with a bunch of pipes. Ooh, wait. These need to be like this. These need to be able to do that. Oh. Yeah, that's good. That is all muddy sludge out. We're going to have to deal with that. And we're also going to have... What I probably want to do is I want to upgrade one of each pair of these to blue. There we go. That should be fine. Then I think for the output we can actually just use 2. Factorio 1.0 is completely unplayable to me now, by the way. I've said this before, but like the mirroring controls, so good. Let's see. So that is making... $15 pure sand. Okay, so that is its own frickin' belt. Lovely. That is a belt of pure sand, plus 6 powdered quartz, and that is all going to feed into 6 glassworks, along with fuel and output of glass. this one. Alright, so I want this to come up here, basically. Because each of these takes so much more pure sand than powdered quartz, I'm going to use the bigger inserters for, sorry, the long-handled inserters for the slower thing. That's just easier. Because, yeah, we need 2.5 items here. I can do, like, 3 of these, plus 1 of these, plus power. All right. And then these are going to need a water input. Let me see if I can find a good spot for that somewhere around here. I'll take that. That's good enough. Okay. Cool. And then these are also going to spit out. These need their fuel input. Let's get that sorted out while I'm thinking about it. And then we'll... Alright, there's molten glass. Yay. The next thing I need to be thinking about is... we have 5 electrolyzers that are going to turn... oh, I need a top-up valve on the water system. Ooh. Good catch, Brandon. Output is below 80. There we go. Because we're going to have the electrolyzers coming in here. How do I only have 4 of these? Thought I had 5. Can I make one? Oh, I can. Thank goodness. Okay. What am I doing here? I am electrolyzing. Right. So this is gonna make... yeah. Muddy sludge into soil and oxygen. And the oxygen is gonna be one of our byproducts. So let's get that just set up like right here. Fluid pickup station. And actually, you know what? instead of doing this with this top-up valve, let's just dump the water that we get from the electrolysis. Doesn't really matter. Water's free. And it's easier to not screw it up if I don't try to loop things around that I don't have to loop. Then output side here, have oxygen. Okay, there we go. Oh, I need to hook this station up somewhere. These are going to need power, and they're all going to output a little bit of soil. That's fine, and then we're going to have the water output, which, like I said, I'm just going to dump. Let's see. There we go. So that'll be soil. We're also going to have 9 soil. Oh, I just realized we have 17 soil a second. That's so obnoxious. I'm going to run this as if it's 15 soil a second, because some of it'll stack. Yeah, we'll be okay, because some of it'll stack. Some of it'll stack. So we're going to have 9 soil washers, plus we're going to have 2 secondary crushers that are doing some stuff with soil. And all of that needs to loop back around to... Yeah, we've got 5 solid separators, which makes sand, and that sand needs to come up here. So let's do the solid separators. Like right here. So these are all going to be doing sand. Input is a lot of soil on each of them. 3 blue inserters per building. Wow. So yeah, this is going to be a full belt, basically. I can get away with 1 belt for 17 items, hope, because some things should stack. I think belt stacking is going to be my saving grace here. And then these are going to output combined total. There's a way to do this. Show total input output. Oh, shoot. Alright. I might need some stack inserters. What do I need to make a stack inserter? I need lubricant! Oh, I haven't made lubricant yet. Oh, what do I need for lubricant? Ash and fish oil. Alright, apparently that's it. Ash and fish oil. Oh, okay. I'm not going to do that right now, because that sounds terrible. But, I will. Yeah, for now, what I'm going to do is... What am I going to do? I got to figure out how to deal with the outputs on these things. So we're going to have probably... Yeah, 2 blue inserters from each for... for just sand. Yeah. 2 inserters for sand. And then... I mean, everything else fits on a belt, basically. So I think it's just going to be like... It's not pure sand, it's regular sand. I mean, I think it's this. And then we just have to make sure that we split the belt halfway through. Actually, if I do something like this... Okay. So this is everything that's not sand. And this is sand. I kind of hate it, but it should work. Oops. Let's grab this through here. Let's put it under. And then again, I'm gonna need stack. Let's actually do this, because it occurs to me that this is gonna break otherwise. Priority input on the right, so that this can always run. Until I get these on stack outserters here, this is going to cause backups on this belt, or this is going to be these belts are going to be our limiting factor. So I need to make sure that this side doesn't turn off when this is running. So this belt is going to have everything else. It's going to have the limestone, it's going to have soil, and it's going to have biomass. Biomass is a byproduct, and we'll have to go off to a byproduct station. And we'll figure out... I mean, I should be able to just route that right here, right? Output left. Biomass. There we go. Not there. Basically, anywhere but there would work. Let's go down a couple more. And then how much biomass did we make in grand total? 4, which is 2 blue inserters, or like 4 of these. And then this, because it's a byproduct station, and I actually need to do this in a couple of places, this needs to be higher priority. Same with this one as well, because it's a byproduct station. The rest of this is normal inputs. Why don't I have hot air? We should have gotten hot air by now. Don't I have hot air on rails? Quite certain I have hot air on rails. Where's my hot air? I have, like, massive overkill hot air production. I made so much hot air. Oh, are we still backed up with too many bricks in the loop? We are, look at that. Yeah, these aren't feeding in because the output is backed up. Too many bricks in the loop. Alright, I'm gonna have to go fix that at some point. So we're not making hot air as quickly as I would like. That's okay. We should eventually get some here. Maybe. If I have to make more hot air, I'm gonna be very sad. So this, what do we got? We got sand that loops around. What are the other outputs of this? Coarse fraction, limestone. The coarse fraction is also an output product. Okay. And those can actually share a belt, because they're only, like, yeah, 1 item a second from each of those machines. And then if I grab another one of these, I will split it right here. And the coarse fraction comes down here. And again, because this is a byproduct, we want this to be a high priority pickup so that anything that intentionally generates coarse fraction will be turned off when there's excess from this machine. Cool. Then, what else have I got? There's one more byproduct from this. Oh, which is the limestone, right. And that needs this, like, limestone soil loop thing that I need to figure out. Alright, so we bring in... Alright, that's 2 secondary crushers. So, we've got limestone in, and we're going to have other limestone in, which is the loop back. There's very little in total. There's a grand total of, well, more than, okay. We will lane balance it because it does look like there's more than half a belt coming through. And then we have 2 of these guys. More than half a belt coming through, and how much soil do they need? 5 soil, okay. So this says, yeah, 2.5 blues. And then soil, we'll have to use long-handed inserters for. But there's, what, 5.4 a second. What is that in red inserters? Three long-handed inserters. Ouch. Okay. So that's soil in. And then what needs to happen here is on the output, actually, let's do it this way. Is 6 soil and 4, okay. What is our output total? Whatever, they each get 1/2 of a belt is how this is gonna work. I switch my YAFC back to good inserters. Yeah, 2 plus 2.5 plus 1 2/3 is 3, 4 1/3. Okay, we're just doing this. There we go. This will pull up this. We'll do limestone here. And then over the top with soil. We loop back what we need to loop back. And then the rest of it will come... Actually, we don't even need to split it, do we? It can just grab what it needs. And the rest of it comes right on through. And we'll merge in with this setup. Which I'm going to lane balance the output of this right here. Because this will get merged with other inputs, right? And it's all what feeds into the main system. Okay, so that should be all of that. Ooh, I didn't even think about how I was gonna do... Well, I guess that works. Things are... I lost my alt mode. That looks pretty good. So this is all blocked because these don't have sand. Okay, so to bootstrap this whole system, I need a little more soil in, and that soil in comes from soil extractors. Apparently 9 of them, and I have 9 of them. I'm gonna make it 10, because I like even numbers of things, and again, I need them to be balanced across 2 sides of a belt, basically, right? So, because these ones have poop chutes, they're gonna stack, and this is part of what is going to save this build, in the general case, is that these are stacked. Otherwise, I don't think we would be in a very happy place. Okay. I think that's all the processing steps for this. Other than we might need a second offshore pump pushing water in. Yeah. We've got a little too much water demand on this system. There it goes. Now it's happier. Alright, so these are going to start spitting out their various outputs. And yeah, because these are stacked, that's what's going to keep enough room on this soil belt for the system to, like, actually work and turn on. Oh, and then these guys are going to need just a little bit of soil to bootstrap them. And you know what? I changed my mind again. I am going to do that. I'm more comfortable with it. And then it does look like, yeah, everything coming through here should be, like, naturally balanced across the two halves of the belts. Yeah, soil coming around, and then this will back up on its own soil, and then it should be in a place where it can keep looping. This needs to be input priority there. And then this needs to be... Ooh, you know what? I need to make sure that I do this correctly, so that everything is prioritized right. I guess this can be input priority left. So this is the first priority, which doesn't matter because it's low quantity. And then this is the second priority, and then these are last, because I have too many of these, and what we don't want is for these to start overriding the other potential inputs. Yeah, up top you can see this belt of sand is, like, saturated, and that's why I need to replace these with stack inserters. Because there's not enough coming out of these to fully saturate them. But that does mean that each of these is now done. And we should have 5 more glassworks somewhere. Yep. One, two, three, four, 5. Yeah, 6 stations in total. So our last pickup station down here is going to be for the glass plates themselves. And I need some more thingy-thingies. Okay. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm out of belts, and I am out of... Why is this backed up? What did I do? Oh. And of course I have no belts. So yeah, that's going to be broken. And then input into this will need to be 10.5 glass a second. That's 5 blues. Actually, 10.5 glass is pretty, again, it's more than one machine's worth, that's for sure. So yeah, I'll have to figure out where I want to do that. Like, I can run the... It's probably easier to pipe the molten glass, like, down here, and do the glass plates, like, right here, instead of anywhere else. But we're going to have to run up and grab some more blue inserters, grab some more belts. What was just showing up as missing in my... And then, yeah, this station's totally full, and the glass processing station is gonna... Well, it's gonna be backed up for now anyway, because it's not running. Hot air is still not available, and that kind of concerns me. Right, I needed to fix hot air. Hot air is not running at full capacity for reasons. Nope, and we're out of that again. We're out of workers' food. Is workers' food blocked on the usual thing? Yeah, we just don't have blood. Wow, I'm backing up on bones now. That hasn't happened before. Okay, let's see what's going on with hot air. If it's just that there's like some extra bricks in the loop that are slowing down the system, like, I can fix that. But if there's anything else wrong with it. Yeah, it does seem like there's extra bricks in the loop that are slowing down the system. Okay. So what I need is like these 2 half belts come out here. And then I need to do, like, a full lane balancer there. One of these. That should do the trick. I just need to grab the belts for it. And that should make sure that we're not favoring one side or the other and messing up the... throughput, because that's very inserter limited right now, is just the answer. I also might be able to fix this with stack inserters, because I was saying I needed stack inserters, but... Yeah, see, now this is running, like, full speed. And that is what we want to see. There probably are still too many bricks in the loop. Too many bricks on the dance floor. But I don't know that I can do anything about that, like, immediately. I mean, I can just pick up some bricks, of course, but I want to see how this starts to look as it kind of keeps running now that it's been running. Because, yeah, we can see that one of these lanes is starting to back up, which is what I thought might happen. saw one of these go red for a second, but I think that's going to be okay. I think that was just a blip due to how inserters turn themselves off when the outserters don't have a place to go. Sometimes something will blip red when it turns back on because it hasn't been being fed. Yeah, I mean, when this thing's running, we're making, I mean, only 75 hot air a second, which I guess isn't that much. But, and we do have, I mean, a lot of it's going to be going to the glass processing up here. Yeah, Petri dishes. Bottles are stopped on rubber. That's bad. I'll have to go check on my rubber, too. But yeah, alright. I might have to look at more hot air, which is actually good, because several of the petrochemical things that I've been trying to flip through have been spitting out hot, whatever, coke oven gas, right? Is that what's in here? Yeah, coke oven gas. And that's a whole process for making hot air. So I'm gonna need to probably start thinking about hot air on rails and how I'm gonna use that as a sink for like hot coke oven gas. I want to see this left lane back all the way up here. It might not. The left lane might only back up to like this point, which is perfect if it does. But I think I saw it back all the way up from before. And if I can see it... Yeah, okay, it is backing up further. I want to see what this does when we get, like, limited by... And it might be because our ratios are not, like, totally perfect. We've got 15 of those to one of these. 15 times what I assume is 0.625. Makes, yeah, 9.375, and this will take 10. So that is part of the issue, is that this actually cannot feed this the whole time. We expect this to eventually start blipping. Okay. Why do I only have 15 of these? Probably because that's the ratio that works with all of this. Yeah, and these only look like they're pulling half because this was built before I had belt stacking, and all of these belts are now being stacked. Yeah. So that's what's going on with that. But I don't want to make this any bigger than it is, because, like, this is already huge amounts of hot air coming through here. Is it finally making its way down here, though, is the question. And the answer seems to be yes, a little bit. So we will eventually get some hot air down to glass production. The other places that it goes are where? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, how long has rubber been broken? If we're not seeing stuff, this whole rubber belt is... Okay, we don't have... What? How is this possible? Oh no! Well, that's the problem. Like, how? How is one of these completely full and one of them totally empty? Did I? Oh no, it's all very empty coming from here. Okay. Oh. Okay. Cool. I need to get up a new stone mine. That was not on my bingo card for today. And yet... Alright, well, I gotta go finish the glass works down here, right? We want to get all of this done. We want to grab the molten glass off of this and actually get the solid glass produced somewhere. And then after that, we're going to have to find stone, and we're going to have to reroute our carbolic to it and get, honestly, I don't want to redo this whole setup. So, like, we'll clear this off the patch, we'll get things mining where we can, and then we're going to have to feed, you know, whatever we'll get. However many mixed belts. 4 mixed belts of stone and Perogen, and then we'll be feeding that into this whole setup. The question is... Oh, there's one up there. That's not too far. But it's a small patch, so routing it down into this patch is where I've done here is going to stink. They're all small patches, though. That's just, I guess, how Pi does stone. No, but that's a really small patch. That's only 1.2 million. That's too small. 7 million on the other side of the base, 14 million, 12 million, way over here. So, like, there is some available, but it's so far away. This is actually really bad, because that moss, like, runs the whole base. It runs all my science, it runs all of everything right now. So until I fix that, this is, like, fully offline. And I'd like to be pulling at least 2 mixed belts, but ideally 2 belts of stone and 2 belts of keratin, right? I think it's going to have to be here. I think I'm going to have to drag those belts a very, very long way. And I think it's going to be miserable. But it's what's going to have to be done. We'll do that after we do... Oh, I forgot to clear all of these things that I don't actually need. Oops. Alright, yeah, let's go finish the glassworks, and then I'll think about my life choices and decide what I want to do with that stone, because that's frustrating. I knew that patch was starting to get mined out. I did not expect it to fully go already. Byproduct. This is going to be real product, so it doesn't have to be a prioritized station. And then we're going to be grabbing from here. will that come down, like, right here? Yes, it will. Beautiful. And I need, what? Oops, more glassworks. How many of those are there? 5 of those going into making glass. And then hot air on that side will need to come down from up there. 1, 2, and the fuel as well. Fuel, yeah, we'll have to bring down. We'll bring down the fuel and the hot air both on this side, I think. I think that'll be fine. Like through here. And then each of these will have an output. They make 2.33 items a second. What do you say that is? Oh, but because one of them's only running at half speed, they are effectively just 1 blue inserter each. I love it when that happens. We're still going to have that. It's clear. Oops. Let's clear that. Let's do this. And we're going to drop one more of these here. We're going to do this again. There. I'm doing 6 of these instead of 5, just because it does need to be a double-sided belt, and it makes me happier when I have even numbers of things. There we go. So these need, yeah, the fuel and the hot air to be hooked up. Okay, that's easy enough. Easy enough, easy enough. There's fuel. Good. And there is... Oh, we did finally get a delivery of hot air. Excellent. And there's hot air. That's glass coming out. All right. There we go. That is a bunch of glass. In theory, we can only run 4.5 of these at full speed. They're running fast because there's a little bit of a backup of molten glass, and then on top of that, there's a backup of, well, just the backup of molten glass, I think. Yeah, because we're exactly ratioed for everything else to these 6 machines. So once the molten glass, starts to slow down in the pipe here, we're not going to be able to run 6 of these full time. It'll only run like 4.5. But it buffers a little bit, and that's fine. Here, I think sand, let me double check, yeah. Pure sand, we have exactly 15 per second. So that's fine. But to make 15 a second pure sand, we need a little bit more sand, and that's backed up. And this is where I'm gonna need the stack inserters to keep the sand coming out of here up into the pure sand system. Yay. But yeah, that I think I'm gonna call glass done here. We actually do have a zinc plate sink. I did that before artificial blood. So now with the glass done, what I need to do is make lamps with the glass. So I'm probably going to do that right here because it's easy, because I've already got stations going on and stuff. I might have to change some of these pipes, but that won't be too bad. But I can just do a drop-off for copper, iron, and glass, and a lamp pickup, and it's kind of silly to build lamps and put them on rails right next to where I use them, but I've got the space here for it, and it'll work out. I could belt them into position, but like I said, I'm going to need them for a few other things. They get used for various, like, processes over the course of... Find ones that aren't, like they get used for Zogna. Codices I don't care about. Those aren't long-term sinks. Yeah, fish recipes use them. Kickalks apparently need lamps. Or can use lamps for a more efficient recipe. Hydrogen chloride, which is what I need them for. So there's, various bioscaffold, whatever that is, various lamp uses over time. So yeah, it is break time. Twitch is yelling at me that it wants to run ads. So I'm going to let Twitch run its hourly ad break, and when we come back, we're going to build lamps. We should be able to see our activated carbon be done building, which is great. And then I'll need to figure out whatever the heck my next task is, which might be one of the things I had planned to do today, or maybe we'll just keep going off on random whatevers. But yeah, I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. Hello, welcome back. I was looking at these options for tar processing again. Okay, obviously fluidizing all of the coke is a bad idea, but naphthalene to organic solvent and the rest of carbolic to creosote. This isn't bad. This only makes gasoline, aromatics, organic solvent, and coke from tar. That's it. We do have various uses for coke. We do, oh, and hydrogen. Sorry, hydrogen is a output. Let's do tar. Actually, we'll do this from a tar extractor, right? Tar pit mining. There we go. And then steam, water. Okay. So this makes gasoline, aromatics, a little bit of hydrogen. Not enough hydrogen, by the way, for the decalin, because decalin needs a lot more hydrogen than it needs aromatics. But we also are going to get some hydrogen from our zinc chloride processing. We can always ultimately set up a hydrogen system that makes hydrogen from water electrolysis. So there's options there. We make a bunch of organic solvent, which is going to be, well, after I went to all the trouble last time of getting organic solvent coming in, like, from the main base, it's a little silly, but whatever. We'll have it. Where is that, by the way? Up here? Yeah. Yeah, making organic solvent from this stuff. It is a sink of byproducts from the main base, and I can swap this train station wherever it is. Not that one. Down here somewhere? Yeah, this organic solvent train station, I can always swap to be low priority if I need to. And then we just won't take organic solvent from the base anymore. We'll take it from where we make it as part of tar processing on rails. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. That's kind of what I'm thinking about. That'll get us more of what we need for artificial blood, right? And if we go back to the artificial blood list, the decalin is one, and decalin needs to be its own thing because it is also used not just in artificial blood, but also in cytostatics and some other things. You know, if we look at how much artificial blood we actually need, we just get this down to decalin. Yeah, this needs 0.3 decalin per second for artificial blood. Or, sorry, for artificial blood and cytostatics. And looking at the artificial blood recipe, you know, that's whatever. We're going to make plenty. Let's see. Allow overproduction. There. That's our build. Right? Like, we can throw down just a few of these guys making decalin, and it's fine, right? We can throw down a few of these guys making cobalt fluoride, and it's fine. Cobalt fluoride is used in the Flutec, which isn't really used outside of artificial blood. I guess it's used for some Kicalc stuff. Oh, and for this gene transfer agent. Why do I get the suspicion that gene transfer agent is going to be important? But that's also purple science. I don't need to be thinking about things that are that far away, realistically. So yeah, I think we're gonna just do, oh, we'll also need to get nickel ore on the rails, but that's not too hard to do. And cyanic acid. We'll make a cyanic acid plant, I think. We'll do the methane for it locally. Ooh, or do I start turning my BTX into methane? Because I think my BTX is going to be backing up in some places. But also Nexalit is still a pain for me. Because, like, I can do this with moondrops pretty easily. And I do have the CO2 moondrop. Yeah. Moondrop seeds. Moondrops from... yeah, this recipe probably. Or maybe the one that needs soil and hydrogen. Yeah, whatever. Coal we already have on rails. Ammonia we already have on rails. Well, we have ammonia from from the main base being put on rails. We don't have proper ammonia production on rails. But like, I don't think we need to use this recipe though. I think we can use the worst one. Yeah, it's only 13 machines. We got 25 machines in total. Not that water pumping. That one. Oh, and that'll spit out a bit of hydrogen as well from the cyanic acid processing. Woohoo! Feeds into some of the Decalin manufacture. Okay. So yeah, we'll need to make this cyanic acid thing. We'll need to make this Decalin thing. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking this is the tar processing setup that we want to use. I'm not sure how big I want to scale this, but like right now I have this scaled to 1 tar pit extractor, which, you know, sure, but there might be better ways to scale that. And that'll get us aromatics on rails, a bunch of them, and that will feed into this system. This will burn through a bunch of these inputs at first when they're first available, but it will buffer pretty quickly, and then it will stay buffered because we're not going to use that much of it. It's hard to build to a scale of smaller than 2 or 3 factories, and when you're on rails, the request amounts mean that it'll just burn through a bunch of stuff. The last thing that we need... Did I decide I needed cobalt extract on rails? Yes, we are going to put cobalt extract on rails. So again, I'll do this build a little bit bigger than what we need in here. And then create nested table. The Flutec will make on site, and I think the cobalt fluoride will make on site. And then the albumin will make on site. And this is the flippin' problem, is blood right now. And I was talking earlier in the stream about wanting to do, wanting to start getting animal slaughter on rails and getting some of that stuff set up. And I do still believe that that is a thing that I want to do. So... I'm not sure what that's going to look like yet, but it is going to be... something didn't solve, probably because I have fixed building counts other places. Yeah. Yeah, well, and that's way too big of a cyanic acid build now, but yeah. So, like, this is the inputs that are going to come into the artificial blood. This is the cobalt extract. cyanic acid, and Decalin, and each of these tabs is its own build. So, the things that we don't have available on Rails right now, going along the top, nickel ore, not a problem, easy to do. We've got copper ore, we've got rare earths, blood we don't have, and blood concerns me. Nexolite we don't have, we can work on it. And titanium I don't think we have on Rails, but it's been on my to-do list. So we'll do a proper titanium build on Rails. That needs to go on the... Here, let's go through this and let's figure out what we actually need to get to where we want to be for artificial blood. So, titanium on Rails. And I should check if we have an upcoming... No, titanium processing stage 2 needs the next science. So that is not happening. It's actually pretty far down in the next science. So no, we're not getting any better titanium anytime soon. After that, we've got the cyanic acid on Rails. Those are actually sort of separate. The cyanic acid is a fairly large build, but not obscenely huge. And if I want to make it, if I want it to scale up, if we flip back here, I can switch all of these over to Moondrop Mark IIs, right? And like, suddenly we can do twice as much, more or less. So what I'll probably do is I'll design it at a reasonable size with Moondrop Mark IIs here. If I allow overproduction, set fixed building count here to like 2 of those, switch this over to Mark IIs. Yeah, different recipes are affected different ways by the Mark IIs. So... But, like, I think this is what I want to, like, sort of ultimately build for, question mark. And then when it's running with Mark 1s, it just won't be that fast. Cobalt extract is going to be its own build as well. Let's go back here. Cobalt extract. Decalin. Alright, so cobalt extract needs the cyanic acid, so it has to be below that. Titanium we can probably just do first. Decalin needs titanium and, oh, it also needs the tar processing on Rails. Yeah. That could also be near the top. And then as far as Nexolite goes, as our other input to Decalin, I've got Nexolite half on Rails already. I've got this build, which right now feeds up here instead of feeding back to the rail base. And I think it's set up like as a... Is this a low priority? Yeah, this is a low priority sink for tailings. Is this also a low priority sink for tailings? This is a normal priority sink for tailings. Okay. But I think I can pretty easily get this running again. I just have to prioritize the tailings input to it. And that will turn this on, and then we'll pull from the Nexolite here until I figure out a better way to get Nexolite on Rails. Just converting tailings to Nexolite is what we're going to do. And that should be enough for what we need for the Decalin. All right, just Nexilate build, titanium, tar processing. That's everything that we need for Decalin. Then we do cyanic acid, and we can get cobalt extract. And then the artificial blood build. Oh, we still need blood. That's the last thing. The final question is blood. Because this is not consistently making enough. Why are these guys slow? I'm worried that they... No, they're fine. No, they're backed up, actually. We're okay. So yeah, this every once in a while gives a little squirt of blood out to this build, which right now is still trying to turn it all into worker food. Which is fine, because I do have, I have Nexilate that's running purely off of that worker food, and every time it breaks, I'm sad. Although, it did seem like we got some Nexilate from that. It comes down to here. Yeah, it is still slowly catching up, is the answer, I think. And I think it will eventually back up. But we, especially if we stop pushing this Nexilate into the system, I really need that Nexilate to be running. So yeah, that's something to think about, is the animals on rails and what I need as far as slaughtering them and making sure that I have appropriate uses for all of the byproducts, because that is going to be painful, I think. I think the first ones I would want to build would be Augs. And I should still actually have somewhere... Is it these three? No. Where did I put it? Did I take it apart? Why would I have taken it apart? Aha! No, here it is. I still have an Aug breeding complex. It's not the world's most efficient Aug breeding complex, but I've got 100 Augs. So if I want to set up Augs on rails for blood, yeah, we're gonna do that. Let's call those another task. Augs on rails, and then centralized slaughter on rails. Needs to be... it doesn't loop. Okay. So Augs on rails and central slaughter. That's going to mean we're going to have to start thinking about all the animal byproducts at some point, but not immediately. Adjust the Nexilate build. I can do that like right now, and I should do it because it'll be quick. Titanium on rails. I don't know if I need to set up a full titanium build or not. I'm going to need titanium for other parts of science, so I probably should just do a full titanium build. And then the tar processing, Decalin, cyanic acid. Okay. This is a lot of moving pieces. And, you know, previously when I was doing the belt base, I probably would have just said, I'm going to make an artificial blood build, and I would have done all of these things in one place. And I wouldn't have worried about the fact that I need a lot of these intermediates in other areas. But we're not doing that anymore. We're building scalable. We're building things that we know we're going to need later on. We're going to make them accessible to ourselves. Present me is doing a lot more work, but future me is going to be happy. Hopefully. So let's go fix the Nexilate build. That's an easy fix. All right, so the first thing is we actually want this to be a high priority sink for, yeah. And then the output here, actually no, we're just going to disconnect it entirely. What is that? Oh, that's tailings dust. Okay. That's high priority because it's a side product, and that's high priority because it's a side product. Excellent. All right, there we go. Oh, I don't have... All right, but I do want this, and I know this is going to sound weird, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this a low priority pickup, so that as soon as I have any other source of Nexalit, we will stop trying to sink all of our tailings into Nexalit. Because we do have other uses of tailings, we can't have them constantly coming here. There we go. And a couple of inserters, and some power. And that is Nexalit on rails. That was easy. Ish. I can't fix that, can I? Is there any position? Yeah, but that one's there. No. Beautiful. Every position hits either the water pipe or the oxygen pipe. I will go around the oxygen pipe, though. Let's do... All right, that'll be, I think, all we need there. We just have to wait until we have our first, like, available thing of tailings to start turning the system back on, and eventually it'll back itself up. That does mean that, like, all of my tailings is going to go to Nexalit in the short term, which may or may not break, like, bees or something. Bees are probably broken on something else. Yeah, like too much bitumen. Hey, we're finally backing up on honey. Huzzah! We're out of barrels for natural gas. Okay, so we didn't have quite enough barrels in the whole system. That is funny. Okay. It is pretty much stopped, which is, I mean, great. Or not great, but, you know. It's a thing. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, we have like 4 queens in here. That's good. Yeah, we're caught up on eggs. We're caught up on... Mostly caught up on honey. We do need some more barrels in here. Because natural gas is not... Okay. Where am I? Do I have barrels on me? Do I have the stuff to make barrels? No. I have barrels in the mall at the main base. So let's see. Nexlet build is done. Let's head up there. I'm going to grab a stack of barrels to drop off the next time I go buy bees. I don't need to go directly to bees now after I do this, but we'll do it. And then I want to start thinking about getting blood set up, getting OGs going, and getting, you know, the various animal slaughters moving as they need to go. I went way past the mall. So somewhere down here is, yeah, barrels. Alright, while the bots are doing their thing and fixing my inventory... Oh, I never made the lamp build. We should do the lamp build first. But... I think chloride is done. This is done. Oh, I already have a titanium on rails. Thing. Titanium ore mining for 15 a second. Beautiful. We're going to keep that. Corlex food I need eventually. Not for the bootstrap, but eventually. Lamp, we're almost done with. Unified science. Vrock food we built. Vrock on rails we built. Bees I want to hold on to, just in case I need to mess with it. Ulrichs are built. Natural gas is built. Stripped distillates we never used. Tailings to Nexilate we're fine with. I built this acetylene build on rails, didn't I? I think I did. Another natural gas tab? Jerky power was the greatest boondoggle of the save. Lead and tin. Oh, this was lead and tin on rails. I don't know what that is. Ash sink to stone is an empty tab. Another stripped distillates. This is trying to do raw coal all the way to as much gasoline as possible and nothing else. This was the wood power plant. I don't need that. Niobium. I don't need this anymore. Chitin. I don't need this tab anymore. Don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this anymore. This. Yeah, all this is very old. Okay, let's clean all of this out so I'm down to just like the things that I actually care about in the base that I'm working on now. And let's make a new tab. I already forgot what this was going to be for. OGs. If I say I want 100 blood a second from... Why does it think that that is... I'll try both of those and we'll see which one is actually... That's a lot of slaughterhouses too. So yeah, we're obviously not actually going to run this at full scale, and we knew that none of these builds would run at full scale. But I didn't realize how, like, far away from full scale we're actually running. Let's do this. We're going to have a bunch of other meat, brains, guts things that we're going to have to deal with, like, at the slaughter plant, but that's okay. Cage Og. I'm not going to do food. Nah, we don't need to do food. Yeah, this is a pretty small build. I'll do it a little bit bigger, obviously. I don't think there's a reason not to, but... CO2 on site, as always. Soil from water. Yeah, and then we just need to do it near native flora, as always. Loop the barrels. Yeah, these guys do not have a huge, huge input. Let's get rid of the blood link. Let's figure out... Of course, they don't really ratio well. I mean, sure, just scale it for one reproductive complex. 1 to 5. 2 to 10. Although, oh, that's huge amounts of moss for 2 of them. Nope, we'll scale it to 1. 16 moss farms. Yeah, this looks great. I am totally happy with this situation. The cages and everything will be centralized because this is going to be part of like the main animal slaughter facility. Which is just going to have huge numbers of train stations. I don't even want to think about how much train is going to need to come in and out of that facility. That's something we're going to have to play with as well, is figure out how best to handle sorry, I just lost my train of thought entirely. How to get all the train in and out to handle like the amount of slaughtering that we're going to need to do is going to be it's going to be interesting. It's going to be fun to play with that, but this is a totally reasonable sized build, and yeah, native flora for 2.5 a second, just a few flora collectors. Yeah, no problems at all here. All right, so yeah, this is what we're gonna have to build, I think, for Ogs on Rails, or you know, the bottom half of it, and we'll build a little more up here, and that'll give us blood, and we'll end up stockpiling a lot of this other stuff, and then we'll need to figure out the processing sort of at the central animal facility for how we do all of these byproducts and how it's all handled. But did I put central animal management in the... I did. Okay. Quote-unquote management. It's kind of a shortest stream, but I also feel like I'm at a good stopping point, and... yeah, I am at a pretty good stopping point, so I think I'm going to call it in just a couple of moments. I'm going to drop these barrels off. I said I was not going to immediately go right back to bees and drop the barrels off, but I'm going to go right back to bees and drop the barrels off. Oh, I'll build the lamp build. I'll build the lamp build before we call it a day, because I said I wanted to get that done. We'll fix bees. We'll do the lamps. Are these guys running again? Now we have no moss. How are we mossless? We have no stone. Oh, right. My stone is still fucked. I forgot about that entirely. I'm not really sure how to deal with that at the moment, unfortunately. I think, I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, we're starting to get a little bit of Arcot honey backing up. Excellent. We'll deal with stone next time. I think it is going to have to be dragging this flippin' huge belt from, like, all the way over here. Which I don't really want to do. But, I mean, the other option There's stone down here. 13 million stone, 13 million keratin. I could, if I wanted to, replace this intersection with a four-way. I could run rails up here, and I could load, or maybe replace the end of this with a right turn and come up here some way. Doesn't really matter. But we could load the carbolic oil from here, do the stone mining on rails. You know? I don't hate that plan. Let's do that. We'll add to top new stone mine. So this is going to be route rails to old stone mine. Load carbolic onto rails at old mine. Unload stone and keratin at old mine. Set up a new stone mine direct to rails. All right. And yeah, that should give us, we can pick, maybe this one that's pretty big. We ought to be able to get the, 4 belts out of this that I want. Getting 4 belts of throughput of trains is going to be interesting. We're going to definitely need to design some custom train stations up here that have waiting queues for trains. Otherwise, we are going to back up on stone pretty heavily. We also probably are still occasionally pushing a train load of stone into here, right? And this should be a low priority station. It is. And every time we push a... I had sand on rails already? Really, Brandon? I completely forgot about that. I did all this glass processing work to, generate sand on site. Oh, well. I'm gonna need a little bit of coarse fraction. I'm gonna need a little bit of biomass on rails. It's fine. It's not a major issue. Why is this system stopped? Oh, hot air again. Okay. I'm not gonna worry about that at the moment. It happened, oh well, but coarse fraction has uses, so we'll figure it out. Okay, let's get... I said I was going to do lamps just right over here, because they don't take up a lot of space and they're easy, and I stand by that decision. So we're going to do a solid drop-off. And our requests are going to be copper plate, iron plate, and glass. All right, so if we look at the lamp build, we need 6 copper plate a second. That's 2.5. Okay, that's easy enough. And it's 3 to 2, right? Yeah. Let's do how wide are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Okay. And then we're going to direct feed the copper cable. input there is how much? 2.5 inserters worth. So that's 3 inserters worth of copper plate. All right. And then this is actually going to be really tight. So we're going to have 4 of these coming up here. That is not where you should be. You should be glass. Long-handed inserters for that, please. Yeah. So glass will come up here and be the outer lane. The inner lane, we're actually going to adjust this. It's going to be half iron, half copper. We're going to fix that side of that, because that doesn't look good at all. There we go. Somehow, miraculously, I managed to fit out all the outserters that we need for this build. I don't know how, but I'm not going to complain. Lamp. Then the output is 2 from each of these, which I think is just like 1 blue inserter. Yes. Blue inserter, underground, done. And into a solid pickup station. That looks symmetrical. That was a fluid pickup station. And, oh. There we go. That looks like, stupid number of lamps per second is what that is. Because it is a stupid number of lamps per second, but hopefully I'll never have to build lamps again. Oh, that's fine. That'll get dropped by the bots at some point. So we're waiting basically for this to fill up to 2 rows of lamps, and then we should see it'll finally bring lamps around to here, and we'll start getting the hydrogen chloride, and that'll finally turn on this whole setup. I was going to say while I'm waiting I'll go look at bees, but bees are fine. What I need to find is bitumen. Whatever I was doing with bitumen. Asphalt. Yeah. What are we blocked on? What? Low temperature? Yeah, low temperature indeed, but how? Output 10 megawatts. Max consumption from each of these is 1. There's 6 of them. Oh! 'Cause I'm an absolute idiot, that's why. Alright, well, at least I know what broke. And I didn't build this long enough, of course. Okay. Little extra train space there. Let's drop this solid pickup station right here. We're going to go ahead and remove this, and we're going to make it a bigger station. I don't know if I actually have an ash... What am I trying to say? I don't know if I actually have an easy way to get ash off of anything. Off of rails if I have an ash sink yet. So I'm gonna need a bunch of blue inserters for this build to go through. Okay, let's go grab those inserters while we wait for all the rest of this to run, because we're still waiting on, yeah. I used way too many blue inserters. Most of them are at train stations where, like, you really do need the throughput to get a belt, you know, get the trains loaded as quickly as possible, or where I'm pulling through, like, a belt of something, but they really do add up after a little while. They are not the cheapest thing in my my collection, that's for sure. Alright, blue inserters are not being made because we have no iron niobium alloy, because I have no niobium? Let me guess. One of these things that I built to finally... No. This is so stupid. Well, that's bad. Because this is going to take a hot minute to make niobium again. How's science? Science is at a dead stop. Why is science broken? Oh, right, because my rubber was broken, and my rubber was broken because of stone that I keep forgetting I need to deal with. But it's on the to-do list, so I will remember it next time. Okay. That's fine. Well, quote-unquote fine. It's not ideal, but it'll... We'll survive. Alright, let's grab this niobium and let's drop it off down here. Oh, it's gonna take a hot minute for this to turn on, isn't it? Oh, the bots brought me a few of them. Okay. Cool. Hopefully I have enough for the train stations that I need to go finish making. If not, I'm going to be sad. But niobium is almost certainly one of those things that's worth getting set up on rails, just so I have it in... Well, just because up there I'm not dealing with any of the byproducts properly. That's the real reason. But yeah, let's come down here and let's get this unblocked. Where we're doing... Oh, and this needs to be marked as high priority because it is a byproduct. Although really, any ash source is almost always a byproduct, but... Alright, there we go. That is turning these on in sequence. Their temperature is going to have to get back up to 750, one after another. But that should unblock the bitumen sink. Anthracene. If I look at tar processing... What thing is anthracene? Anthracene I'm just turning into gasoline and coke. Okay. But I could also pull it into asphalt. Good to know. And probably other things. I think is anthracene also carbon black, or is that naphthalene? Anthracene is carbon black. Okay, so anthracene is a thing that I'm going to want on rails in the general case. I can set up a, like, low priority, like, turn it into more gasoline and coke situation, but... Alright. That should be fine. Oh, and we got back here just in time for this to try to turn itself on. Alright. Yeah, this has a 50% chance of destroying its lamp. The lamps are on the correct side, which is good. Alright, and then with hydrogen chloride out, I never actually hooked it up to this, so there is no anything there. All right, all of these turn on. Zinc chloride coming through now alongside. Oh, and then the carbon black itself still needs to be brought up to that correct output area there. Oh, I don't have nitrogen yet. Do I not have nitrogen on rails, or do I not have it hooked up to the system? I think the answer is both. I did not hook it up here, and I don't have it on rails. Alright, well there's that hookup, but I need to put nitrogen on rails. I'm going to put that near the top. Just so that I don't leave this, like, half-finished project. I do need to do the stone mine first. And then... we'll figure out nitrogen. Nitrogen isn't too bad. Like, make nitrogen from, yeah, fractional distillation. You turn purest nitrogen back into, nope. Although, actually, I do have filtration media now. Well, I have most of filtration media. I have the activated carbon part. Sand, gravel, I have glass as well. Sand and gravel I have on rails, so that just leaves microfiber. It's still expensive. And how much do we get from... Considering that air is free, I don't know why I wouldn't just do it this way instead. So yeah, doing it this way, we get 1 extra oxygen. If we do this instead, through the filtration, we get... I mean, it's less extra oxygen, right? A lot less extra oxygen. But that's about the only saving thing, is the less oxygen. And I'm not too worried about less oxygen. I can always find a use for oxygen. So I think we'll do, yeah, nitrogen back to pressurized air. Make pressurized air as well. This will be the loop, and then we'll scale this up to whatever. That's too much. I don't know. Something like that. And then if we need purest nitrogen available, maybe we will, maybe we won't. We can always do that as well. But short term, we'll just turn it back into pressurized air, 2 pumps, bunch of DDCs. So this will be easy to set up. This is what I already have set up. I have up here a nitrogen build. Oh, it's exactly the same size. 10 of those. Cool. So yeah, this is what we're gonna build for nitrogen. So the to-do list is much longer than it was, but I think it is complete up through artificial blood now. Oh, I already had titanium on rails. Delete that one. It's a duplicate. I'm gonna delete this aluminum on rails because apparently I'm never gonna do it. This is complete up through artificial blood all the steps that need to be done, everything that we need on to, like, unbreak things, and then get to that sort of achievement of artificial blood. So, yeah. That's only minor achievements today, unfortunately. But we're much closer to never closer, discovery after discovery, and learning every day as far as getting to our next creature goes. All of this, by the way, is in service of God, that's a lot of ingredients for Pie Science Pack 2. But this is all in service of Corlex, for Corlex milk and other byproducts that we need for the Science Pack. So yeah, we're going to keep pushing towards Corlex next time. We're moving our way through the tech tree. We're catching up to where we should be. There's stuff we keep having to rebuild on Rails, but that was expected at this phase of the game. You know, the transition to a rail base is always slow, and doubly so in Pi. But I'm happy. So thanks very much, everybody. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description below. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's always appreciated. Tomorrow's stream, that's Friday's stream, I'm going to do some Greg Tech shenanigans, and then Pyanodons will return on Tuesday as always. Thanks again, and I'll see you next time.